Hi, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone popping on. Thank you, darling. Hi, everybody. I'm doing okay. Had a really nasty cold, unfortunately. These last, well, you guys know, I've been on and I've sounded crappy and it's been a rough week. I felt really weak and tired and overexhausted and hi, everybody. It's good to see you. Well, see your names as close as we're going to get. We'll be doing our Zooms in small groups soon. I have it all figured out. It's just with everything going on with my cold and the winter months are here. Readings, I've switched to only Zoom readings for my business. So I'm not, I don't do readings in the wintertime for uh, face-to-face readings. It's too many germs for me. I'm very sensitive that way. Any advice for shoulder proctitis? I would say do you have a way to get normal massages in? There's a lot of things that can do it for you, but the best thing for you, April, it would be a really good massage, a really good hand massage. Have someone just really work into your shoulder. I noticed if I stay away from a lot of people in the wintertime, I am okay. Um, so let me just get my computer keyboard out of the way here. Need space here. Um, those balls are all set up. I was going to bring my REM pod, but rushing out doesn't do good for me. I do readings either way, Zoom or in person, but in the wintertime, I strictly in Zoom. Reiki is okay, but you have to. It's very good for you actually, but you have to go to somebody that's very, very, very knowing what they're doing with that specifically. You get a lot of people that are just starting out in that way, and you got to go to a seasoned Reiki healer if you're going to go to something like that. Hi everybody. Risa, just so you know, I heard your name the other day. Not sure what it was for, but I don't know if we were just had each other on each other's, like you were on my mind, I was on your mind, or what, but I heard your name loud and clear the other day. So I thought that was very, very funny how I woke up and I'm like, I hear your name. We're doing our members live. What's today? Today is Sunday. Um, Tuesday night we'll be doing only members live. But I wanted to get this uh, that's very, very good to get out of that relationship because it can be very spiritually bad for you, physically as well. But to have all that on you is not good for your whole spiritual self. It what I was thinking about you because I love you and I'm like I want to be okay. That's okay. I was thinking it just popped up into my consciousness and I thought, well, that's strange. Good morning, Risa, if you're thinking. you're thinking about me, it's good to hear from you. Let me see. Let me catch up here. How much do I charge for readings? I do readings here, specifically on my members perks. I don't do. I don't have people reach out to my business in my local business only because if I give that out, everyone will have it, and you know, I don't want any crazies, so to speak, to find me. And I don't, that's not to say I'm not referencing you specifically, but I've had that happen to me before. So I don't give out my private business to people. But I also that's why I made the members perks, because we will be doing readings on there specifically for the members on there. This will be just strict. The lives here will be strictly case lives. My members perks is you get a card reading, you get a personal reading. We talk about herbal remedies, we talk about herbal healing, we talk about a lot of different topics. I mean, I thank you for wanting to reach out to my business. I would love to do one for you. I just in the work that I do here, if I was to give that out specifically, it would just be opening me up to a wide variety of dangers, and I won't put me or my family at risk. Thank you, dear. Hello. Um, but with Zooms that I'm going to be doing with you guys, we'll be able to get more in depth with that. It's just I'm working out the kinks. I want to get quite a few people on, but I don't want to do so many that I mess it up. I want to try to do 15 to 20 people at a time. I think that would be the best way to go about it. Sorry, my camera always goes off, and you guys don't see my camera on here, do you? My camera is facing that way, and I'm not in the view of it, and it's just, I'll show you my screen, okay? Those are all my notifications. Now, mind you, I'm not in the way. Hello, Miss. Thank you, Miss Aggie. It's good to have you. Thank you, darling. Oh, Lane, that's wonderful. I'm glad the baby's okay. We're gonna address the elephant in the room. I want to make sure we all understand that in order for somebody to gain access to that video from Texas Roadhouse, you have to understand that that would have to have been leaked by one of the employees or by the police. Now, I doubt that's going to happen on the police's end because I don't feel Seth is being treated properly by that. Okay, so I have, because of what I do, I'm just going to skip over for a quick second here. Because of what I do, I get cold, really freezing cold in certain areas of my body, mostly my feet. Now, I shouldn't be cold because I have Ugg boots on. I have long socks on. You know, Ugg boots, your feet are very, very warm, right? So I have a little heater here next to my feet. I have it turned off, all the way off. And the only way you turn it on is if you push power. Now, this thing just turned on by itself. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it sounds like a little fan. That's the heater that just switched on by itself. Now, I'm going to turn this off again because I didn't turn it on. I had it on before. Now it's off. Okay. Yes, but again, we're going to address the big white elephant in the room. I have to say, I would love to know that question, because I think it's a fair question to ask personally. Um, but also, I believe I thought we asked this question to Sebastian before, and I don't know if I got an answer on it. I don't know how many of you seen the lives that we did before for Sebastian, but we've done it before, and I'm not sure if I asked that very specific question. Like recently when I was working with Sebastian, as we talked about before, I never asked him about the time on the clock of the time of his disappearance, and he specifically stated 2:10, 2:10. Um, hello from Australia. Oh yeah, Ginger. Numerous CPS reports for Sebastian Rogers, and the father did not get notified once. You tell me where that's legal. Tell me where that's legal. Anybody that's involved in a CPS case when it has to do with parenting, if the father or mother wrote off their parental rights, then they don't have to get any notification. But being that Seth was in his life, Seth was doing everything he could as a dad, he didn't get any notification. Think about that. A lot of people, Candace, are asking that. Um, so um, when I go to the page, specifically, you're going to see it's either going to say join or it's going to say memberships. So just so I can maybe I can show you on here. So okay, so I don't know if you're going to be able to see it with my screen because it's the lighting on it, but you can see the membership button right there. Okay. Thank you, Shell. Since I've come tonight in the office, I'm having some back pain in my middle of my spine, which I know doesn't have to do with me. It has to do with probably every time I work with Sebastian's energy, I'll have an issue with specifically, I've had a severe migraine on the left side of my head, severely to the point where I almost felt like I needed to go to the hospital last night. Um, but I know also I need to ground and center over and over and over again because that's the energy that he comes up afterwards with working with him. I always get that. I feel extremely tired. I feel pain in the left side of my head. It's always that way. There's Miss Susie Q73. Hi, darling. April, if you wake up with headaches every single day, then you should go to the hospital and have that checked, first of all and foremost. Second of all, it could be magnesium levels. Try getting what's called Baja salt. Baja salt. They're like little crystal forms. You just take one of them and stick them under your tongue and let it melt under your tongue. And then you're going to drink some water. Most of the time, headaches can be solved with salt water or magnesium, but don't take magnesium unless you clear it with a doctor. But see, the salt water, I can tell you, just you don't put salt in the water. You're going to put the Baja salt are these little chunks of little pieces of salt. Put one under your tongue and let it dissolve under your tongue. Thank you, sunshine. Yeah, the headache I had last night was excruciating. I could not believe how bad it was. I was up 2 o'clock in the morning meditating and grounding and centering my energy over and over and over again. It was just so much. Okay. Um, me see. Getting friend requests here. Hold on. How do you ground and center? There is a video of how to do it. We can do a live on it. We could do a live grounding and centering. It would be a lot funner to do it. It's really about using your mental clarity to do it. So when you're doing it, you really want to focus specifically your mind, your breathing. All of that has to be in one. Imitrex, I used to be on Imitrex when I was younger. They did help, but with that said, I just didn't want to be on pills when that was just really a band-aid for a lot of things. Spiritually, for me, headaches are triggered through energy, through other people's energy, through smells, through all sorts of things. So I would rather ground and center my energy and use my energy fields and balance them before taking any more pills. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. No, that's true, Tori Wells. Grounding your energy through bare feet is a very well-known practice. It's been that way for hundreds and hundreds of years. Migraines are so debilitating. Hello, Ms. Dana. I think I'm sensing a lot of nervousness tonight. Ms. Lena, welcome to Perks. I'm sensing a lot of nervousness tonight, and I'm feeling it in my chest. My chest is starting to tighten up. I'm not nervous. It's just I'm picking up someone here is very nervous for something. Okay. I'll wait about 10 more minutes and we'll get going on this. And for those who don't know what timestamp means, when I mean timestamping is sounds that I hear around the room. You might hear tapping, you might hear a voice. Anybody that's on these lives, always go back and see what you pick up through headphones. Go back and rewatch it. You'll usually hear voices, you'll hear static, you'll hear strange things that you might not hear now or you do pick up on. Jessie Lane, you're always in a state of anxiety. I don't think it's that. Lost voice of Jackie. I'm getting a mammogram I'm nervous about. Okay. Hello. This is more of what might come out tonight. You know what I mean? And anybody that is joining the Perks, members Perks, remember you have to go to the memberships or you have to go to the join button. That will take you right to whatever little, it's very accessible. It's very, I made it to where it's not expensive at all for those who want an extra little bit of time with me in that way. I used to be on a lot of medications growing up for my health. If I knew my health and spiritual energy impacted each other, I would have taught myself a long time ago, slowly but surely, learning this alone and learning this how to do this alone. This has been a lifetime of work. So it can be very time consuming, but you feel better. For me, I have a weak immunity to colds because specifically of the amount of surgeries I had growing up. If I knew then what I know now, I could have done a lot of things differently. Okay. We're going to wait just a few more minutes and we will get going on all of this. Are we talking about Chris or CP? Kelly X, hello. Hi, Beasley. Tori, I feel you on that. I am exactly the same way. Joanna, hi, honey. CP, if you're on here and you start running your mouth, you'll get blocked. Miss Candace, welcome. Welcome to Perks. Teresa, hello. We will not be having a tip, as you put it, tit for tat on a lot of your interviews that you like to tell people, a tit for tat. We're not going to be doing that on here. So if you're on here, kindly don't speak or just make sure you stay off my live. That's it. Hello. Yes, Miss Susie, thank you very much. No worries. A lot of people, I've been looking at my page. Was it a join? Was it membership? But it's both. And for some people, it's different. Brenda, second time watching you, it's almost finished. And you haven't once did a reading. I think you may be fake. Oh, honey, in order for me to be fake, this would have to be a lot of work to be fake. So have a nice day. You make me laugh at that one. Oh my goodness. Let them begin. Let them begin. I told you. I can't with some people. You make me laugh, I gotta say. God, I can't stomach people sometimes. I go out of my way 5-hour lives to say things that are fake or that end up to be true in the end. It takes a lot of hustle and bustle, and I don't even know who would put that much work and energy into it, especially with how busy my life is. Oh gosh. Oh, I already blocked her. I don't got time for that. See you later. I told you I don't get my feelings don't get hurt like that. God, people are funny. I got it, Lois. I wasn't sure what that was about because I remember you being on my Facebook. So I wasn't sure about answering it. Oh yeah, I told here I was told Chris is on here. And then I heard and I asked what Chris because there's a couple Chris's on here. And I said, is it CP or is it the other person? And I was referenced to the animal in the room. Animal in the room. That's how it was. He was referenced. Oh, I don't care. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean animal in the room? Then I got it. So I figured that's what he calls him. Oh, thank you, honey. Well, of course they have free time on their hands when they're not looking for the child. And you got poor Seth living day by day, wanting to just find his sweet little boy. And you have people like that living day by day to understand how he must feel and how he must be psychologically right now, how many months later, and his son is not home. Think about that. Nobody knows what it's like to live day by day unless you're a parent that has to go through something like that. It is all very sad. Thank you, Tina. Basically, Kelly, basically. I'm sure it won't be the last tonight. I'm sure they'll go making another. It's really sad on the fact that Seth has been working from day one to try to find his son. And not only has Ellie, CP, KP, and all the other schmoes been jerking him around. I mean, how do you do that to somebody that is physically actively looking for their son constantly? I mean, do you know the stress in his mind and his heart? This could kill him. This could kill him physically. This could hurt him so badly that he could have a stroke. He could have a heart attack. He could get hurt in searches. It's really twisted and sick how people think that this is okay. I mean, people are making death threats against people that are looking for sweet Sebastian. I mean, if there's not a narrative here, boy oh boy. Right. Everybody is affected by this. But the best thing here is that he's got you guys, he's got me, he's got plenty of other people that are not going to stop looking for him. Mhm. Hmm. Um, Thank you again, Susie. There is no place on my phone to join your membership, but there's um, it might just be a regular join button as well. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. We'll also be discussing JonBenet Ramsey. Um, it's more of a I'm not sure just yet what we're going to do with that, depending on how far we get with the Sebastian. Um, Ginger Bell, thank you so much. You are awesome. I really appreciate that. My Thanksgiving was good. I hope everybody else had a great Thanksgiving. A lot of laughing and joking and having a great time. Kids weren't there this year, but it's a lot of getting used to. When your grandkids move away, you have to get used to the house kind of not hearing those little pitter patters of feet. My one grandson was there, and my great niece and nephew came as well. So there were some children around, but I'm used to having all of my grandkids present. You're snowed in, Candace? We have no snow here. We have no snow here. None. Miss K, hello. It's a heat wave in Australia. I bet. I'm thinking of traveling to I would like to travel to Gettysburg. I would like to go see Gettysburg. I think it would be a wonderful experience to go there. Um, I also have to remember the energy of the Gettysburg. The Gettysburg battlefield would be insane, so I have to like really pace myself into it. Usually, I've never been, so I would like to go there and like video myself there and kind of like show you the interaction with spirit there and things of that nature. Yellow, the truth seeker. I've been there. It's a lot. Really. My husband wants to take me to Florida for our next big thing, but I'm not sure. Um, Myrtle Beach, when we went in August, um, it was interesting. I had experienced the flying bugs there. Freaked me out pretty much. Yeah, I'd like to do a session in Gettysburg and see the old houses and things of that nature. Um, my family line is related to Ben Franklin, so I've always wanted to go see all these other places in that nature, but I have never really been able to. Cold in Louisiana. I always wanted to go to Mardi Gras. I wanted to do the. We have family down. My father's side of the family has family in Houma, Louisiana. I think it's called Houma, Louisiana. I did, Candace, and I can tell you, it freaked me right out. All right, in a minute we're gonna get going here. Who? No, Susie. I mean, they call them palmetto bugs. I call them cockroaches. I gotta tell you, I have to tell you, that freaked me completely out. I mean, completely. You used to live with. I've never been there, Tonya. How is it down there? I always said I wanted to go down there, but I've never. Never been down there. Yeah, Lost Voices. Ugh. Yeah, I know all them hot places. They got them. Kelly T. I love antiques. I completely love antiques, but I cannot touch them. That's the thing. It's like a look but don't touch. It's kind of like a big tease for me. Um, it's not fair, but if I touch them, I actually um, had a friend in an antique store and she asked me to help her really quick while she went to the bathroom. And of course, me not thinking for a second, I was cashing this lady out for her. And I touched this old fashioned vase and it didn't hit me until I left there driving to my son's house. He lives right down the road. And I became severely ill quickly. This person that had the vase had cancer. I had later asked the owner, which was my friend, and I asked her, the vase, whose vase was that? Well, she died of stomach cancer. And there you go. I want to go to Kentucky and I want to go to Tennessee for many reasons. One being Michael Gorley, and the other being Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells. For me to cleanse an antique, you have to realize it's not just cleansing the energy from it. The energy is embedded into it because they hang on to it. You understand? Sometimes people don't let go of things spiritually because that was something that they deeply cherished in life. You know what I mean? Yeah, Susie, these were huge. I heard that Lost with Voices, and I said that in the case for Summer Wells. It's happening right in front of people. You would not even know what's going on. You wouldn't think that would be happening right in front of you. I don't know the difference, Kelly T, but all I know is I asked the name of it to a singer that was performing down there, and they were like, they're called palmetto bugs. And I'm like, well, last time saw they look like big roaches. It was not for me. It was not for me. I do believe Tennessee and Kentucky are very beautiful, and it's very historic too. And that's another reason why I want to go. It's a very historic place to go to. Yeah, Susie, the same thing, just if not for me. Okay. All right. Let's get going here. You guys have any questions for me before we start this? As you guys can see, we have the balls right here. They have not gone off whatsoever. Um, so let's see if they start going off. And while we interact with spirit that comes through, and let's see the importance of timing when they go off. Okay. My camera's going off again. You know, I yeah, these suckers. When I tell you, I had actually been out on the. We were watching a performer sing, and we were outside. It was nighttime, and it was warm, and it was beautiful, and we were actually on the ocean front. And I just saw this really big thing come out of the crack of the cement, and I'm like, "What the heck was that?" From where I come from, we don't got that stuff. So I was like, um, kind of freaked me out. So once I see something like that, I'm on watch. So, and then I noticed they were everywhere. So I said, "Oh, we got to go. We got to go in. I can't do that." They were pretty big. I've been to South Carolina. I have never seen one in South Carolina, Lane. Never. But then again, I really wasn't. We were visiting family down there and we were inside a lot of the time. So I didn't really experience them outside. Yeah, not for me. There's a lot of different bugs just coming around and making their way around. I was there, gosh, a while. Oh, yeah, these suckers were huge. And I mean huge. I told my husband, right, well, we're not going to be outside at night no more because I went on the beach most of the time at night and we were getting seashells for the grandkids and the ocean was just, bringing them all in. And we found shark teeth. We found, these beautiful seashells. So that was my fun of it. I'm not a drinker really. I probably have maybe 2 drinks, 3 drinks a year. Birthday, New Year's, Thanksgiving or Christmas. So that's it. I don't do anything like that every day, all day. It's not for me. I don't like to feel out of control if I drink and my senses just feel all quirky. What question was that, Dana? Do you think they're close to solving Sebastian's case? Well, I think the more, one, I'm going to say, the more that this reward goes up, I think it's important because someone's going to sell somebody out. Two, I think more things are going to come out in the open and it's going to look shadier and shadier, dirtier and dirtier. But my problem with this is I had so many people sending me things over the weekend. One being this green hoodie situation. Two, something about KP and CP um, denied dog and the team any type of help. Also, TBI, which I thought was strange because dog can get answers where others can't. But I find it very strange that, you're a mom and your child's missing. I would take all and any help that I could get to find my little boy or my child, even my adult child. It doesn't matter. I would take any and all help. And Sumner County, I feel like there's a whole reason why Seth isn't getting what he needs out of that because I do feel that they got a lot of pull. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I was told CP has a couple cousins in social services. So that would make sense of why he didn't get the reports. Come in the summer and experience the mosquitoes and fire ants. No, thank you, Lane. I cannot. I mean, and then you move on, you move out. You act as if you aren't worried. You're not searching. You're not. And then I was also told, I don't know, there was some sort of phone call between CP and someone in law force in law enforcement, and he called him Uncle Bobby. I'm not sure if they're talking about the new sheriff, or I'm not too sure. But I have so many people sending me things. Um, a lot of things that are sent, I either don't look at or I do, and I'm thinking, wow, that makes a whole lot of sense to me. You know what I mean? So I do think that CP and KP, they have a lot of leeway with law enforcement helping them. And my thing is, let's get to the elephant in the room. Why wasn't Seth shown footage inside Texas Roadhouse? Because from my understanding, he only saw the outside of the footage out in the parking lot to prove proof of life for Sebastian. And my thing is, why wasn't it shown the inside? He had every right to see who was on the inside, unless he did and they're just not saying. I don't know. Yeah. TBI, I just feel there's something really shady about that group. Excuse me. And these are the same ones that are supposed to be heading out uh, Summer Wells case too. And I just feel like there's something really fishy going on here. And I really wish. I mean, I know the FBI is somewhat involved. If I'm not right, correct me on that. He only saw the back of him in the parking lot. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you could hear it in my voice. Winter is rough for me, no matter what. Miss K, yes, when CP was talking to the driver, S. Uncle Bobby was said by Chris about the footprints at the pond. Makes sense. They showed him the garbage truck footage, not the flashlight. And the thing about the flashlight part, that's not a garbage truck. It's not a garbage truck. And I doubt Seth believes that either. Anita thinks that cremation is involved. You know what? It could very well be. That's why they're so cocky. They're so quiet. They're before they were going on people's lives and they were disrespecting people and they were saying all this stuff. And I mean, who's got time to go on specific? And how do you know about lives for Sebastian Rogers? I mean, it's really twisted and weird that you would know things that would have no. How would you know that? You know what I mean? I do feel, I do feel there will be something coming up soon. Um, I am going to get together with a few people and also work with energy. And I'm going to leave it at that and try to see what comes of it. And for that reason, specifically, to see what comes about. Would you recommend not moving to Tennessee? I wanted to move there for a while, but all this bad stuff is going on and has me worried. Hi, Linda Jackson. Hi, darling. It's been a while. I do believe if anybody can get answers, it's Dog, because Dog can get in with people quietly. Um, he can get in with snitches. He can get in with informants where others can't. Um, hmm. And that's the thing with missing children. If there's that many missing children in Tennessee, I mean, I did years ago a video on, I believe it was Kentucky. Um, there's 3 active serial killers that live there. Um, one that takes women between the ages of late teenage years to, I'd say, mid or upper 20s. There have to be blondes, and there's many, 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 many blonde women missing there. Um, there's one that takes prepubescent boys, and the other one that I picked up, he fantasizes about it but doesn't act on it. I mean, that was years ago, so I mean, what could be going on now? I don't know, but Tennessee, I only started doing cases in Tennessee when Sweet Summer Wells went missing. Um, and when I picked up on the sex trafficking ring, to me, this is happening right in front of people, and it's so well disguised that people don't even know it's happening right next to them. They have no idea. Sure was, Regina. Ask yourself why he didn't get one single report from CPS. Austin Shea, Susie Q, can you put up that link for her for a member? She's looking for it. She says she can't find it. I appreciate you. Susan Johnson, the same thing. I believe sex trafficking is everywhere you go. Um, it's just hidden in plain sight. I mean, look at the Diddy case. I mean, this guy has ample amounts of money. And what skeeves me out and what bothers me about the whole thing is how many movie stars and singers and all this knew about these things and didn't step up for the victims. To me, they're all guilty and they all make me sick. And I really lost tons of respect. And I don't even watch TV anymore. I don't listen to music anymore because I feel like that's a blatant disregard to people that keep their children safe and anybody that wants their family safe. Why am I going to give money and support and buy movies and all of that? I won't do it. Let me hold on, Dina. Let me and if you guys want to get some questions together for me, because we're going to be starting in just a like a few minutes here on um asking Sebastian about the green hoodie. Where the little green flashlight is, shoes. Sebastian had to. Yeah, and I mean, if that's not scary enough to you, that CPS didn't notify Seth. Seth has a lawsuit against the state of Tennessee alone that could blow this out of the water because his son is missing. Okay, and the fact that CPS did nothing to inform him. But I also was told by numerous people that CP has family in not only the Child Protective Services place, but also someone, I think his sister was working at the sheriff's department, if I'm not mistaken, at the time as well. For the hoodie part, I'm going to ask just because it's so many people are sending me so many things, and it's like, I'm not going to say there is if there isn't. I'm not going to give a fake answer. You know what I mean? That had to have either been leaked by somebody or police. Now, I doubt it came from the police because, and anybody that has that footage, um, they could go to jail for having leaked footage. That's private footage. Um, but sadly, if it's leaked, I really hope something comes of it, because why are you hiding it from the public? I don't know who has the footage, but it was just sent to me. And if he has it, how did he get it? That's my question. So he really, really had to put some effort into getting that. You know, if he's a private entity, um, that would that's understanding how he got it. But I don't know. I don't know how that would work legally. You know what I mean? Yes, Melissa works at sheriff's office, and Faith said that too. So, I mean, again, why call the sheriffs instead of 911? Let's go back to that. Hi, Miss Bogey. I call you Bogue though. That's our thing, Bogue. Um, okay, so we're going to be getting started. I'm writing down the date and of my notes, because sometimes I just scramble on my notes. So 12-1. Any questions? Sometimes I put things down that I don't say here. Kelly T, for me, I have always felt this was premeditated. I don't think this was, oh, snap of a finger, it happens. No, I think it took time. I think it took understanding of how to do, what time to do it, and how to, um, I don't want to say the word on here, because I mean, God forbid Seth is watching this, you know, I don't want to, I don't want to make him upset. I do feel this was premeditated. It was way too planned out for me. It was, nobody picked up that boy on camera. There is no local store. There's no nothing. There's no nothing. Children don't just disappear. They don't disappear. I 77 MCL. I don't know about the man in the green hoodie. I don't know what the video shows. I don't want to assume or um, say anything. If you cannot say what's in that video, if anybody, I don't know who's seen the video, and I don't know how people are stating what's in the video if no one's seen the video. You know what I mean? You know, Susie Q, I heard something about camera jammers. Is this true that the local neighbors, some of their videos were missing from their cameras? 2 cameras got fried. Um, okay. Time lapsed. A lot of people are saying hardwired was fried. So when we were working with Sebastian, a friend and I, he spoke of a very specific time, 2:10. He kept saying 2:10, 2:10. I said, show me the clock and what's the time on the clock? And he stated, CP is almost there. CP is almost there. Now, that for me was referencing in the time that he had been already gone. um, as in coming back. I do believe he made it back into town. I also believe his time card was also um, docked in a way to where it made it look like he was here. If there's camera footage of him being there, welcome, Austin. It's good to have you. If it is there, you're not telling me he didn't come back in the middle of the night, because I go by what Sebastian tells me only. I don't care what anybody else has to say. I listen to him. Those flashlights are around the timing that 210. I think whatever happened 210, and the flashlights occurred at what time? I'm not sure. I believe they said it was like 3 o'clock. I think. I was not aware of the cameras, and people were saying something about jammers, and I'm just like, really? I mean, does it went that deep? It went that far, you know what I mean? But it would make sense why there's no footage of him. They want to make sure all bases are covered, which tells me premeditation. Cameras picked that up. Flashlights at the time was stuck for a few days, but many cameras were stopped. And cameras don't all simultaneously just get fried. That is a clear and present issue with that specific night. Um, Usually that's I also would like to know, was there a power outage at a specific time? Was there any way that people can get a hold of? I'm sure if they actually did, somebody call the power company and say, hey, on this date, was there any, because they have to give you that information. They cannot withhold it from the public. Was there any power outages at this time? Um, and if so, what time and what date? Be very specific with the power company. Maybe you guys can, whoever, check tomorrow and say, hey, just want to know, was there any power outages at this time of night on this specific day? And they have to, by law, tell you that. Betty Cook, I hope so, because just something ain't fitting here with me. You know, Summer Wells is the first, like, I'm floored by that. You know what I mean? But to have Sebastian now not being, somebody said that they called several times, they don't answer back, or they didn't even know who Sebastian was, or something like that. How do you not? KP works for Brink's Home Security. Sure she can jam cameras. Um, Nick showed the hoodie guys to Justin, and he went over it with us. I'm not sure who any of those people are, dear. Um, when I say I strictly solely stay to myself and things, unless someone reaches out to me, that's how I work. It's not any other way. Do you think they'll all could be coverings? I don't think FBI is covering anything up. That's a no for me. Um, Something ain't right with the TBI. Um, just I feel that. And the sheriff there, the new sheriff, right away I felt something very shady about him specifically. Very, very shady. There's a crawl space door on the outside that camera couldn't see, which means there is probably entry to crawl space from inside too. Her military background alone is proof she's capable of jamming cameras. I seen an interview. I actually posted it to my page. Um, a group of people had some interaction with the TBI, and they were, needless to say, very unsettled by their behavior with them. They were very threatening. They were very unprofessional. Craddock, the sheriff, is Navy. Katie's Navy. Chris is Navy. Hmm. Doesn't strike me as odd as one bit, considering in this case. It does in a way, but me feeling that little connection, so to speak. Yep, no, I feel it. At first, I wanted to ignore what I felt about the TBI, and then it just kept creeping and creeping and creeping and stirring and cramping me up. And I'm just like, just, I can't ignore that anymore. In what you do with this work, you have to sometimes ask yourself, is it really, is this really what you're feeling, or is this something you just, you know, you could be wrong on? You have to really ask yourself. But you have to also pay attention to how you feel about something. Your intuition is your deepest lie detector. If you feel someone's lying, you know it. And so we're clear, there are several cases that I have found that just because you pass a poly doesn't mean you're innocent. There was a case that I just saw today. It's like I think it's like a 40 something year old case. A guy that was cleared from a poly, they found the girl's body finally, and they tested the DNA, and it was the guy they tested. They gave a poly to, the first guy. Right. That's what I'm thinking, Emily, because it's not adding up for me. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to know what the FBI is feeling about this case. No, I understand, Betty. I mean, they haven't even brought Sebastian up in the news. Nothing. Right. 77 MCL. Ted Bundy passed a polygraph. I mean, that should tell you something. Spoiled child or spoiled rotten, we shall ask. Um, hold on, let me just slow down on this reading. Could have been trafficked, and the mom and CP didn't want Seth to find out, and some big wigs. If I'm being totally honest, I don't feel Sebastian was trafficked. No, I don't. I mean, I know that's a thing, and that's a possibility for some to look into, um, but I don't feel he was trafficked. No, I don't. TJ, I don't. Rita says all you do is take a benzo and you can pass. Craft and True Crime, aka Jacqueline. CP's words. Open the book cheat test about a polygraph. quilted lettuce or essayed abused by CP. Um, I do believe he was abused very badly by CP, and it got worse as it went along. Um, the other part, I did pick something up about that, but I'm not sure if it's on him or if it's on somebody in his family. I don't think he was trafficked, honey. No, I don't think he was trafficked for the purpose of why people get trafficked. I think there was so many things that they were worried about him talking about and getting turned in for. I think that was one of the reasons why, um, part of the big reason why, because they didn't want Seth to know what was really happening in that house. That's also the reason why when Nancy Grace said, "You're going to take a poly," absolutely, time and place, name it. That was just bullshit talk. And that for them was more of on the fly. Um, why only take a polygraph with Sumner County? Because you have family there. You have people in the force that's going to bullshit for you. Um, Nancy Grace is one of the most top televised investigator. She will hammer questions in for a number of reasons, and she can get down to the bottom of things just by the questions. And she tricks people into not in a way to where she does it maliciously. She does it because she professionally has done the job for how many years to where she can ask the right questions and get the answers that she's supposed to get back. All we need to know about the disappearance is the flashlight video. See, I'm I really hope to goodness that Seth Rogers sues the piss out of Child Protective Services supposedly protecting children, but yet here we are, and poor Sebastian could have been saved because they didn't report it. They were all in the Navy, from what I'm being told. Fifth Element, hi from Louisiana. Hi, darling. All right, I'm going to start my questions because it's 10:14. I don't comment on what other psychics say because that's the way they perceive things. Everyone perceives our messages differently. Um, I've gotten the woods, I've gotten flowers, I've gotten a specific tree. Every one of us receives message from spirit in different ways. Nancy is a pit bull. She gets her job done and she gets it done very, very well. Possibly TJ. I'm not going to say yes, but at the same time, um, I do believe Sebastian is under something, and I don't mean that just randomly to um, like I don't think he's just under some brush, on the side of a road, or excuse my language for that. I do believe in depth, underneath, deep down in something. Um, Also, the notes that I have from before, he speaks of very well hidden, very well hidden. He speaks about the school, he speaks about the mall, he speaks about there's a link, also something about a shoe. Um, Keep looking. He speaks about mall, shoe, dam, all these places in a circumference. When I was assuming well, like a well, but he's saying hidden well. He says it in two different words. So that tells me they're not linked together, they're two separate. Hidden very well. Also something to do with the property of their house. Does it mean he's there? No. It could mean it also could mean that to hear the someone, like I think it was like 6 or 7 people sent me um Seth Rogers last live, I think, with somebody by the name of the Lab, um and the other gentleman was on there, and he was talking about the day of the disappearance. Cops went to his house, took the sheets, didn't take the laptop, but took the video game. Didn't search the house, KP's house. It was open for everyone to just walk in through. When a child goes missing like that, you are to shut the scene down. You are to tape it off. You are to get dogs in there. You're to make sure everything and all is secure. You don't let people into the house. But I mean, people were walking around freely, and his room was untouched. With I thought that was very strange. People have lost their damn mind just offing their children. I mean, what is it with? I gotta say, that's all I hear now. I was asleep. They were there. I woke up. They were gone. That is so. That is the new, excuse my language, bullshit answer for people that off their children. Summer Wells. I told the boys to watch her. I'd be right back. Knowing that those boys were deadlocked on the TV, they're not going to watch a little child. They probably didn't even hear her because that was just something she made up. Um, Candace, we're talking about. And then you have KP. I went to bed and he said, I love you, Mama. And I said, good night, Bubba. Listen, they don't go right to sleep. Anybody with an autistic child will tell you it takes them hours and hours and hours to shut their mind down. That's it. And if you hear a thud, you would go check on your child, because a child with autism, their first thing is one, a lot of the times, and this isn't me being mean, they're clumsy. They fall, they get hurt because that's what they do. Caleb, he doesn't get hurt in his room. I have to watch him on the stairs. So as soon as I hear him coming down the stairs, I will hear him in my sleep if I fall asleep, and I will get up and say, hey, are you okay, buddy? Do you need mom's help? Out of a dead sleep. So my point is, children with autism don't go right to sleep. It takes them hours and hours and hours. Our night begins at 7, and sometimes he doesn't go to bed till 1 a.m. So that's a load of crap that he would go right to sleep. Sebastian didn't run away. I mean, come on, let's be serious here, people. Good night, puppies, right? Um, I don't know. For me, that's made up crap right there. Sebastian having water on the brain has nothing to do with his mental clarity. That boy didn't run away. I'm sorry. And if I'm wrong at the end of the day, in all my videos that I've did with Sebastian's energy, I'm going to be the first on here to say, you know what? I was wrong. I made a mistake. I hold no grudges. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't go hiding behind the internet if I make a mistake. I don't do that. But at the same time, I speak with energy specifically. That is what I do. That's my job. This is what I do. I've done this as a child. I've lived my whole life this way. If he is alive, then explain how I speak to him subconsciously through energy. Is he in a coma somewhere? Possibly. But I don't feel that because he's shown me things. He's told me things that you cannot say are connected to somebody that is living. And I hate to say that, and I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, and I don't want to be on the end of it saying, you know, how I'm saying it. He never ran away. I'm very well of what that is, TJ, because my son has that very same thing. I'm very well of understanding what you're saying. Um, wilted lettuce. I picked up on something like that way back in the beginning. I just wasn't sure who was on the other end. You know what I mean? It was like I was seeing somebody take their belt off, and to me, it looked like him, CP. Um, but who was I seeing on the other opposite side? Was I seeing someone in his family? Was I seeing Sebastian? You know what I mean? It was very. I won't say what I didn't see. You know what I mean? Sebastian, if he ran away, would have gotten to a neighbor he could trust or somebody that he knew would help him. Um, but again, he's with autism. Children don't think that way. They don't have the logical assessment to say, okay, something's really wrong in my home. I need to leave it and I have to go to the neighbor's house. Unless they're taught that specifically. Autistic children only do what they're taught. You understand? If he was a runaway, like they claim, he would have gotten some way, somehow, hopefully somebody would have seen him and said, hey, do you need help? Being without his medication this long, um, you're not telling me that he's he's okay mentally. Um, I think this is premeditated murder, and that's how I see it, and that's what I'm leaving it as. He did go to his teachers for help often. They went to CPS. Right. And at 5 cases later, tell me why that boy was still in that home. Sebastian has all of us behind him or in front of him right now. They all failed him. Yes, they all failed him. It seems like anything Sebastian enjoyed and he loved, it was taken, or it was so restricted that, to me, CP's way of teaching him was beat it out of him or make him learn like the other kids. Autism, you can't do that. They don't have the same cognitive responses. They don't understand the importance of money, tying their shoes, what it means to need food in the home. Um, all they know is they can eat it, but they don't realize, hey, you got to go to the store and get more food if you want to eat. The cognitive responses that autistic people go through, most of them have a live-in assistance, or some are so high functioning that you really can't tell that they have autism. But in that case, you knew Sebastian had autism by his behavior. It's strange how Caleb and Sebastian mirror each other. Um, and that's why it hits me so hard in the chest and it angers me so badly. My husband and I have given our life completely to our son. We rarely go on vacations together, just me and him and I. If we do, Caleb comes. There is no resentment towards that. There is no, our lives changed when we knew our child was autistic, and we were okay with that because we knew this is what our job is now. Our job is to protect him at all costs, and there is nothing else behind that. And autism families, you either do or you don't. And the hard part about that is it can't be everyone else's fault why your child didn't succeed. It can't be everyone else's fault why your child um, is the way they are. Autism is not something you grow out of. It is a spectrum for a reason. It never goes away. And the fact that I only hit him with the belt on his pants is bullshit. You know you beat the crap out of that child. Your neighbor said you hit him with a pressure washer. Do you know what that's like, taking to somebody to the skin with a pressure washer? Think about that. He talked about being pinched. He talked about so food was kept from him for punishment, for snacks. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I wouldn't change my son for anything. He has the most biggest heart ever. He just so compassionate with animals. He loves everybody. We go to a store and he can't stop saying hello to everybody. And he's just like, Mama, why do people not, some of them not say hi back? I said, because some of them just don't want to, honey. Some people are having a bad day. And the way the world is now, people are so stressed that they forget how to be kind to others. So, um, I do believe food was kept from him. I don't know how you can keep food from a child, let alone. But let's get to going here to these questions for Sebastian. I really want to get this answered and get this out of the way because I feel like this is really important. Right now, I want to clear my energy out. I want to get my vibration back up because I got myself into an angry mode just going through all of the things that was going on with him. So just give me a few minutes and then we're we're gonna hop right in. So these balls are here. You see that? They're not going off. Are they on? Huh. Now I turn these suckers on. That is strange. Okay, that one's on. Okay. Now, when we start interacting with Sebastian, like last week, these will probably go off. I don't know. I don't want to say if they will or not, but if they do, they do. Um, Let's light up this freaking screen for Sebastian Rogers right now. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Say his name, everybody. Okay, hoodie, hoodie, hoodie. Let's talk about the hoodie. Okay, I'm going to turn this heater on, Sebastian. I'm getting really cold. If Sebastian's spirit guides, Sebastian's passed on family, any and all with love and light that can help me with Sebastian himself. I need to know some things tonight. Why is that? Sebastian, would you please step forward, honey? Look at everybody giving you some green love over here. Your favorite color. Green is my favorite color too. Just not that shade. I like the hunter green. I like the darker green, like forest green. So that's pretty cool. You like cats? I like cats. You like green? I like green. We got a lot in common, Sebastian. Just turn this heater on quick, okay? It might be a little loud for a minute, but that's low. If this gets too loud, let me know, okay? If that bothers you in the background, let me know. But when it gets cold, I know it's getting a little too cold for me, and I can't get comfortable when it's that cold. Okay. Sebastian, my love, my darling, I miss your smile. I don't know. I don't know if she's on here tonight. He's talking about Cool Molly. Something about he loves about Cool Molly. He gave her that name way back when. I don't think she's on here tonight, Sebastian. Cool Molly and Tina. So if you see this live, Miss Molly, Sebastian was asking for Cool Molly tonight. He gave her that nickname way back. Haven't seen her on here, right? I mean, either. Okay. Sebastian, honey, I got some questions for you. Okay? Just answer them if you can for the best of your ability for me, okay? I don't expect you to be upset. I don't expect you to I only want you happy when you're here. I only want you to be I was going to bring Chase with me. What's strange is he's asking about Chase, and just yesterday I told my husband I was going to bring Chase tonight and put him in his little cat carrier and bring him here tonight, and I forgot to. I was going to bring him for Sebastian because I knew I would be here tonight talking with him. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sebastian. I didn't mean to forget. I will bring him next time for you. How about that? I promise I will not forget. Yep, Chase. You like Chase? He's like an old man in a body, in a cat body. He's very touchy. He doesn't like to be picked up. He doesn't like to really be pet too much unless you give him food, and then he's your friend. I will bring him next time for you, okay? So, is there anything that you want to tell me before we start that you might have to say to me before I ask you anything? Anything that you want to tell me that could be something new or something that we forgot to talk about, anything like that, you could just let me know right now. We don't have to be so formal. We don't have to rush right into things. I want you to be comfortable, okay? Is there anything you want to tell me about tonight? You want to talk about anything? Chase, you like Chase. I'm sorry, honey. I really wanted to bring him. I just forgot. With everything going on at home, I just forgot. I try to get everything done before I come here, and you try to be responsible at home and try to give everything and get everything done. Um, Strangely, he's worried about Chase because, excuse me, Chase has this little cut on his neck. Um, and oddly, I noticed it there a couple days ago over the weekend, and I'm going to be calling the vet about it. And he's telling me he's got a boo boo on his neck, so to speak. He's got a mark on his neck. And he's very true. He's very right. Chase does have a mark right here on his neck, almost like a cut, like something cut him. I'm going to be taking him to the vet this week. Sebastian, I have some questions for you, if that's okay. I don't know why mom moved. Can you tell me why mom moved? Maybe you could give me a reason why. Do you know why she moved? I want to get into those questions just slowly, try to break them in slowly. I don't want to get directly into upsetting questions. I want to autism children you have to work slowly with and work a rapport with them. Did did mom move Sebastian out of the home completely, out of your house completely? I'm being told yes. I just assumed it was on the market. What about Chris? Left. Okay. Time. Okay. Sebastian, what about your dogs? Didn't you have dogs at your house too? Was there some reason why the dogs had to leave too, or do they have the dogs still? Who's in Gatlin? Gallatin. I need this answer, TJ. Ooh, ho, ho. So You know what? I don't even think I should say it here. It, Sherry, it doesn't matter. I stated a G word in the beginning. It almost sounds like Gatlin to me. Yeah, Miss K. And that has not changed. Well, yeah, because for me, that kept coming up and coming up and coming up and coming up. But I heard Gatlin. But this is almost the same spelling, though. Gallatin. Am I saying it right? Gallatin? Huh. Convenient, Susie. Bowersocks live there. Sebastian told me if I needed to look there. Well, sure, they'd move closer to mom and dad. Sebastian, I have people on here that are saying to you, your birthday is coming up very soon, in 6 days actually. And they all want to tell you happy early birthday. Yep, December, that's right. They pronounce it like I say it. Okay. That really pisses me off. They know exactly what they're doing. Okay, Sebastian, I have a question for you. Um, it's a question about when you went to Texas Roadhouse. Everybody is asking this question, okay? Chris went to school at Gallatin. Huh. He knows his way all around there. Okay, Sebastian, I got sidetracked with something really quick. Sweetheart, can you tell me? I gotta get some heat going on here. I'm cold, sweetie. Don't mind me. So, there is a video at Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. Yeah. So, there's a video at Texas Roadhouse with you and mom. Now, my other question for you is who was there with you? Now, when you say that, sweetie, right? I have to ask you a question, okay? So I don't want to confuse you because I know you probably went there before. I'm talking about the day before you went missing. Okay. I know these are tough questions, and I'm sorry if they bother you. I don't want them to hurt your feelings or things of that nature. Um, there was a person there with you and mom. Did he have, okay, maybe it's not a he. Was it a man or a woman? Okay, we got that established. The, the time you went to Texas Roadhouse, yes, Ginger Bell. Stinky fish. See, Ginger? When you went to Texas Roadhouse with mom, and this was the last time you went, were you there with somebody and mom? And was it a man or a woman? Okay, again, man. Okay. Okay. Did you know who it was? I'm assuming this means somebody by the name of Dan. He says the name Dan. I want to get more specific with him. Sebastian. Rita, we're not talking about the pork chop because that's probably an old picture. Sebastian talks about stinky fish. That's what I say. Sebastian? Did you know who this person was at Texas Roadhouse? Before you met him before? Okay. Was it someone related to Chris? He says before Chris. Before Chris. Before Chris. Okay. So when I mean, I don't want to get him confused because I'm assuming he's been to Texas Roadhouse numerous times. I'm trying to figure out a way to ask him to understand in a way that he will remember. Do you know what I mean? Let's see. Sebastian, when you went to Texas Roadhouse with mom and you seemed upset, there was a man that waved to you, but you didn't wave back to him. Do you know who that is? I know. People are saying that you didn't wave back to him. You didn't like him, did you? He's mean. He's mean. Do you know his name? I'll ask again if it's cousin. Is it your cousin or was it Mr. Chris's cousin? I think he's saying he's related to Chris. Because he speaks of Dan, cousin, before Chris. Like he'd met him before from with when he was with Chris. You know, that's what I'm trying to think of what he's trying to say here. Is there anything about that day that you can tell me at Texas Roadhouse that you remember? And if I'm talking too fast, Sebastian, just let me know and I'll slow down, okay? Something about the number 2. The day you were with mom, was this person, this man, was he wearing a green hoodie? What was he wearing that day? Do you remember? Um, okay. What color is it? It's almost like he's showing me something on the back, but it almost looks like red writing on the front of it. See, I see almost like this. I love my New York hoodie because it's warm. It has writing across the chest, but to me, there's almost something on the back, like a maybe a number or like a. I'm not sure. Okay, now, Sebastian, can you tell me what this man looked like? What does that mean? Was he tall or was he short? I'll ask you again just to see if I get the same answer, okay? Was this man tall or short? He's saying short. By standards of short, Sebastian was 5'5", I believe. Um, I don't know. I would say to me he was taller than Sebastian. He was shorter than KP. Okay, that's what he says. So okay, ask about the other 2 guys that were there. Okay. Sebastian, when you're at Texas Roadhouse with mom and this other man, who else was there? I swear he's saying Tim. Tim. Okay. This man handed something to mom, or mom handed something to him, I think. Can you tell me how it went? Can you tell me what happened at the table? How did it happen exactly? Let me get another piece of paper for you. Right. What light? Are we talking about? Those aren't going off, honey. Are we talking about he's saying folded in light. Okay. That's why I said, let me know what happened specifically that day. So when referencing it, he will give me whatever he's talking about. You don't like him? I understand. Okay. So do you know what was on that piece of paper or what was in that hand? What was given in the hand? Do you know what that was? I do that there. Do you know what was handed to each other from mom to the man or man to mom? Give me 1 minute. I'm getting a message here. Sebastian, look at this picture, sweetie. Was this one of the men that was there at Texas Roadhouse? Okay, hold on. Sebastian, was the Dan name the neighbor or Mr. Chris's family or friend? Trying not to get that confused. Okay. Do you know the difference, honey? Do you know the difference of the two? So there's a neighbor named Dan, and Mr. Chris has somebody by the name of Dan in his family. Do you know? Sebastian, what can you tell me about the man named Dan? This guy's linked to Chris because he keeps talking about Chris. That's a link to him. You're welcome. Mama Socks also sits on the board of construction company. That's either the uncle or the cousin. Well, he talks about, he spoke about cousin here. So I'm not sure if. There's cool Molly. Sebastian was already asking about you. And look who pops on. Jaybird, Tim has been mentioned numerous times in some of the readings. I have to go back. Yeah. He was the one person he noticed that you weren't on here, and I had to go and look to see if you were on here, and you weren't on here. First pick was cousin, second pick is uncle. Okay, hold on, Susie. Maybe if we can do it that way. Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Okay. So first pick was cousin, second pick was uncle. Okay. So, Sebastian, just so we're clear, this is Chris's cousin and this is his uncle. Who? Which one are we talking about? Cousin. So I'm assuming we're talking about that gentleman. Yeah, sorry, Tina. Look. Cool Molly and Tina, yes. So we're speaking about the cousin here. Yep, Dan. Okay, Chris. We're going back to Dan and Chris. Okay. You kept getting the number 7 in your past readings. So 7B, what was exchanged with Dan? Codes, money, etc. Oddly, I got the word Cousin Danny went to Memphis with Chris. Okay. Okay. Let's go back. So now that we have the right, are we saying we're right? Yeah. Okay. Tina Marie Pennington. That is so crazy. As soon as you started, I told him to mention my name if I've been communicating with him. Thank you, Tina. Um, I swear I just seen that name. Hold on a minute. I need to go back to. Okay. Um, Next question for you, honey. Was there a poker game? We'll get into that construction company. There are two dams. I the word drug. I just don't know why you would do that in a parking lot, though. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't that be something um, more done privately? But who knows? See, I get alcohol, so to me, there would have been some drinking going on, unless she's recovering, and I picked up that from before. Sebastian went there with KP. CP was supposedly there. Poker game Friday night before he went missing. Sebastian got in trouble for going in. Is what we're talking about right here? DG House. I asked were you at a poker game, and he said DG House. I'm very happy, Tina. That's a good sign for you. BD handed the business down to Danny. Okay. Danny the cousin runs the construction company. Uh-huh. Okay. Um, Sebastian, did you get in trouble at someone's house at DG's house? Computer? Why did you get in trouble for the computer? It's almost like you said I wasn't supposed to be on it. Were you there? Did you go with mom to the poker game? To the card game? You didn't want to stay. You wanted to go home. Okay. Let's go back to this question. I want to be clear here. Was Mr. Chris at the card game with mom? I just want to ask again, just so I'm understanding, okay? Did Mr. Chris go to the card game with mom? He says no, he showed up. They didn't go together, but he showed up. Let's see, hold on, let me go back. I know there was another important question here. Sebastian said they didn't go together, but he did show up. Susie. Sebastian, why did you get in trouble? What were you on the computer? It's okay that you were on the computer. You couldn't just sit there and be bored. Well, all them adults are playing cards. I understand. I get it. You were probably bored and you had nothing to do. Well, all those adults are playing cards and they're having fun and you're just sitting there all bored. What were you on the laptop or computer? He said, I just wanted to see if he had any games. And something about the search bar. Well, what did you find? Did you find anything on there? Did you see anything on the computer? This could be a laptop, but he calls it a computer. Do you understand? Um, what I see is kind of like a picture of two people, I guess. Um, Somebody with a red shirt on. To me, this is a guy. And the other person standing right next to him, possibly a woman. I see the man more in the red, and he's kind of roundish in the belly. Um, Looks almost like denim shorts. Light denim shorts. So not like a darker, but a light color. Well, what else did you see? Chris. You saw Chris there, okay? So why did you get in trouble? Let's talk about his hand. Basically, it's a form of control. Chris seen it in his hand, and he got in big trouble because he's not supposed to be on that stuff. So more or less, he got in trouble for being on something he wasn't supposed to be on. I guess uh, Katie doing what she was doing wasn't really paying attention, or honestly, I think Katie let him do things that Chris didn't let him do just to keep him quiet and shut up and keep him busy, versus Chris being in utter total control, and he has to do exactly what he says or else. You know what I mean? There's two different kinds of parenting that were going on. Caleb calls my laptop a computer, so I understand the reference of it. So I get why he called it that to me. You know what I mean? He basically just wasn't supposed to be on the laptop. He got in trouble for it. Significance, I'm not sure what was on there, except for I almost like seeing a man and a woman, more of the man. He would have like a sleeveless red top on, like a I guess a guy's tank top or whatever you would call it, not what a female would wear, but more of a guy, and a rounder in the stomach, and he had denim, light denim shorts. Okay, next question. Sebastian, when you guys went home from the card game, did Mr. Chris go with you? Right, when you left, did he leave too and go home with you? He didn't go home with you? No, he came back. He's saying no, he came back. Just want to make sure I wasn't getting more messages in Messenger. You can't beat autism out of a child. It doesn't work that way. I do too. I call my laptop a computer. So, I mean, it's not anything that I wouldn't describe in a way that's not of. Okay, so Sebastian, to this question, you said Chris didn't go home with you and mom after the card game, right? Right. No, he left. He left either prior to or after them, but he didn't go with the two of them. But Sebastian says he did come back. People need to raise their children in the utmost safe way. If that means you leave the spouse because they're violent, then start over. People do it every day. But do your job as a parent and make sure your children are safe. Women have a bigger priority because we are the givers of life. We are the ones that carry the baby, love the baby, feed the baby, hold the baby. It's our job to keep them safe completely. And when that's not getting done, then leave. As hard as it may be, find a way, talk to a neighbor, do things that you have to do to get away. But the hard part about it is when the dangerous person is the mother and the father together. Caleb will always come first over anybody and all. I don't care if I had to quit my job, stay home. I don't care if I had to give up everything and anything. That's my number one job. My son is my all and everything. All of my children are, my grandchildren are. But Caleb being special needs, I would do anything for him. Anything. You probably do hear talking in the background. It's a typical night here in the office with us. That's not something new. We always hear talking in the background at some point. I thought I did too here over my left shoulder, but I'm so used to it that it's just I I don't make it a big deal unless it's something so vastly in my ear, you know what I mean? Okay, like that. Did you hear that? Timestamp that. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Susie. Okay, let me ask this question for Susie. Um, did Mr. Chris did Mr. Chris come back? You said he came back. Did he sleep at the house, Sebastian, after the poker game? He says speaking about something about late, very late. Did Mr. Chris come back and sleep at the house? Also something about the sofa, couch. I call he says couch, I call it sofa. Um, what is that reference, honey? Muddy boots. Um, white socks. To me, these are men's long socks with color around the top. Um, I'm not sure why Sebastian showed me this. He's showing me feet. I'm assuming he's showing me Chris's feet. The long white tube socks with like the color around the brim, and he's showing me muddy boots. So I don't know if that's him telling me. Um, let me just ask him to just to be more clear. Yeah, it happens all the time. Crafting and true crime. I know. I can't help that. I know it can get annoying sometimes. That would explain the shadow the neighbor saw. Chris probably hid the truck and walked to the house. Oh, that's so graphic. I did ask Vogue, and from what he says it's not him. This was, but I'll ask him again just to see if I get the same answer. I want to go back to, I think it's I believe it was Susie's question. I could be wrong. No, it was Bo's. Was Mr. Chris supposed to stay at work and not come home? The night of the card game, Sebastian, I want to call you Buddy right now because I feel like that's how I call Caleb sometimes. Buddy. Hey, Buddy. Um, was Mr. Chris supposed to be at work, do you know? Or let me just make sure I read that right. Was Mr. Chris supposed to be at work and not be at home that night of the poker game? Do you know that question? Something about there that is. Time clock. Time clock. Time clock theft. Time clock theft. This came up. This is what came up in the private session with him. Time clock theft. Time clock theft. Sebastian, sweetheart, I'm going to ask you again. I asked you this so long ago, okay? The garbage. Did you take the garbage out that night? Did you take the trash out for Mom? I swear he said, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. So then who took the trash out, Sebastian? Left, left, left. Sebastian, if you didn't take the trash out, sweetheart, do you know who took the trash out? 1 second. Before. What do you mean before? Before left. Oh, okay. I don't know how factual this is, or I think he's saying he took the trash out before he left, if that makes sense. We didn't ask him that. Are you saying you took the trash out before you left, or someone else did? Oh, okay. Sorry, I should have asked you that. Someone else did. Do you know who? Chris. It was dark. Well, let's talk about that for a minute, okay? People say that they can prove Chris was at work that night. Is that true? He says he left. You've always stated that to me. I don't think we're talking about just one night here. I think this is a spread out thing, multi occasion. I think the reason why CP is so over the top with the way he speaks to people is because He's a spoiled little brat who's always got his way, always had tantrums, and, you know, weird foots have always fixed it for him. And I think that's why we are where we are, because he's always had his own leeway with getting around things. Dana, that's what I feel. Okay, Susie, hold on. What time was on the clock when CP left with the trash? Do you know what time it was, Sebastian, when the trash was taken out? He speaks of Chris again. Okay, we're talking about this again. Chris left in the dark. He's speaking of twice now. Chris left in the dark. Chris left in the dark. And that's what I get when he speaks about when I ask about the garbage. So that for me, I think he's either not understanding the question, or, you know what I mean, he's trying to put two and two together. Sebastian, see, this one is, Peggy, is hard for me because I don't know if he understands the difference. Because I have to be specific on that, because that's a place where I think they went a lot. I think that was a common place for them, because it's a common place for a lot of people that go there. But I'll re-ask that as well. I'll try to get a lot of these questions answered. I'm just trying not to take away focus. So, Sebastian, was Mr. Chris there the next day after the poker game? Was he there in the morning time? No, no, Susie. It says left. No, left. He only speaks about being carried out of the house. He didn't walk out of the house. He was carried out of that house. Kelly X. Kelly wants to know if there were cameras in the house that could see you opening the refrigerator. Okay, let's see. Let's go back up. I'm trying to get some different questions asked here. Sebastian Rogers. I think time clock theft was a nightly thing when he could get in and out of it because being in your RV and just, you know, you're able to leave. Sebastian, did you go shopping with Melissa the day after the poker game? Okay, I understand that, sweetie. But did you go shopping with her the day after the poker game? He talks about he said I don't like her. I don't like her. Um he talks about a place. To me this isn't shopping though. I wonder if this is past tense. Um it's kind of like a video game place or um I don't know what you would call it. Arcade. I think maybe something like an arcade or something like that. To me, it's like I see kind of like something like you'd see in an arcade almost. Oh, arcade at bowling alley makes sense. Yeah, because there is arcades at bowling alley. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Did he get new shoes? Okay. I am not even touching my cursor here. And it hopped right down to Ginger Bell Arcade. I have my hands aren't on it. Okay. Alrighty. Just keep on moving stuff by yourself there, buddy. Did he get new shoes for his birthday? He left with no shoes. Sebastian, I'm going to ask you again, honey, because this came up in our private session, okay? Let's talk about the shoes, honey. When you went missing, I'll say quote air quotes because we both know that's not what happened. Mom says that you didn't have any shoes on your feet. Can you explain to all these wonderful people out here what happened about shoes? He said I didn't wear any because they didn't give me any. Who's they? He more or less says I understand what he's saying. He says passed out. Passed out. So he couldn't have worn shoes because why would he need them if he wasn't coming back in the first place? Talk about passed out. So I'm going to explain something here. Again, for those who are new to this channel or just hopping on here, Sebastian talked about the pills. He talked about chokehold. He talked about choke. He talked about being carried out. He talked about um, they assumed that he was already gone, and he wasn't. Waking up, someone got CP got freaked out. Sebastian looked up, and all I see is a hand coming down on the head, being hit in the head. So he wasn't fully gone, so to speak, until that moment. Dan, I didn't even think about that, to be honest. Yeah, Sebastian, you're more than welcome to go ahead. You can play with my computer if you want. Just let me know what person you want me to go to because I don't want us to lose our chat with all these great people, okay? But I don't have a problem with you touching my computer. You're more than welcome to. I Ginger, I see him in red shorts. I don't see him in anything and it makes sense to me because they say, if I'm not mistaken, they say he had like black sweats on and black hoodie on. Autistic children don't like the heat at night, as far as I'm concerned. It's what I've always seen with a lot of autistic children. Caleb does not like clothes at nighttime. He doesn't like to sweat. He doesn't like to be super hot. He likes to be comfortable, but he doesn't like to be hot. No, I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I don't think he was in black. And from what he told me before, I don't know if he has Crocs or not. Um, but it was almost like he was showing me they put a shoe on me, and they realized why am I putting shoes on him for if he's not going to need them? It's like a slip up of the brain. Get the shoes on. You know what I mean? And one shoe was put on, and they realized, oh, he doesn't need the shoes on. Yeah, Jaybird 87. Uh, my son hates clothes. He hates being hot and sweaty because then um, it makes them you could say stent. It's where they get anxious. They need to feel like they have air on their skin. Caleb hates clothes, and he knows when you're home, you have to be fully dressed. You can pull your sleeves up if you want to. If it's really warm in the house, you can wear shorts. You can be something you can wear that can accommodate you so you don't feel so hot. But when mom takes you outside and dad takes you outside and it's cold, you have to wear something warm. So we try to accommodate him the best way we can. They don't like to feel constricted. I've wanted to buy my son a gold necklace for the longest time. And he said, Mama, I don't like them. I don't like it and anything that feels tight to his neck, he has to pull away. I bought him watches before. He hates them. He won't wear those either. Constriction is a big thing with autistic children. They don't like it. Well, yeah. Well, think about that. When you choke somebody, where you if someone wants to, and if you're choking them too hard, or ask yourself, the teeth go over this part, so to speak. He did have slides because what I see, to me, they almost look like Crocs, I guess you could say, kind of like slip-ons, so to speak. And nonverbal autism is the hardest thing because they get so upset that they can't communicate with you unless you teach them sign language, or there's programs through iPads that you can teach them to speak through. That's really tough. Caleb used to, when we used to pick him up from his school, Caleb would strip in the car. It was so serious enough to where we would have to keep a box of clothes in the back seat because he would get out of things so quickly and we'd have to pull over and then we'd have to redress him and rebuckle him in. And it's to the point where me and my husband couldn't always be together picking him up. So it was mostly me picking him up. And one time I wasn't embarrassed because of him doing that. I didn't want people to think I was some weirdo. We got pulled over and the cop sees this clothes going out the window because Caleb would have to have the window cracks on. And he was sticking them out the window and the clothes were going out the window. So needless to say, the cop pulls me over. I said, Sir, I know what this looks like, but please, I swear I'm not some weirdo. I'm not some kidnapper. My son is autistic and he doesn't like clothes on and he gets unbuckled. And if I don't have anybody with me, it's a touch and go thing. I was so freaked out that he was going to arrest me or something. And he's like, No, ma'am, I understand. Because, you can see it. You can see the autism. And he's like, he actually gave me pointers, which I was very grateful for. He showed me there was different ways I could seat buckle him in. And I used it from then on, and it went great after that. But I was just so freaked out, like he thought I was some weirdo or some crazy person. I don't know why, Dana, that hasn't been a priority from the get go. Why hasn't teeth impressions been taken from that? But then again, when you're in with the sheriff's department and you're only taking a lie detector test with Sumner County and you won't take it on Nancy Grace because you know damn well what's going to happen. Just CPS reports, the father wasn't in any way, shape, or form informed. I mean, come on, what are we talking about here, people? That much level of allowing somebody to have that much power over a disabled child? That's sick. And anybody involved in that needs to go right to prison. No, because when Austin, when you have that much capability at your hands, what do you mean? Um, I'm not sure what Don, talk, and pictures mean. CP never took a poly, but that's what he's telling everybody. Sebastian has never changed his answer with me, and I've asked him numerous times. Numerous times. I can't tell you how many lives I've done or how many videos I've done, and he's never switched his answer. If I have an answer that is switched to a different answer, then I need to think about why that was. Perfect example. Let's ask him this question. Sebastian, I need to know this because this is very, very, very important. Okay, thank you. You actually he actually just answered a question for me in so many words. Sebastian, were you moved at all at any time? Were you, I really don't like to ask you this, honey. Um, were you physically moved at all so no one could find you? I don't understand. Can you reference that a different way for me? He said he said only once. Only once. So he was moved from one spot to another later on. Later on. What I don't get is why isn't there an internal investigation? Why is it okay? I would ask, and I would do an internal investigation to find out who was in the Navy with them. Can they find out that legally by military standards? Uh, Military justice is not the same as justice here. Let's see. Some of your stuff, guys, I'm trying to look at. It doesn't matter if you pass a polygraph, Rita. You're like I said, people here. Ted Bundy passed the polygraph, and look at him. Teeth impressions are not reliable because the skin and muscle move under the teeth. Now, if the teeth are very unique pattern, which if you see Sebastian smile, he does have unique teeth. If you pay attention to the ends of his front teeth, they have more of a like a jaggedness to them almost, like they're very square. Um, if you look at his teeth, it's kind of like the ends are just a little bit longer on the ends than they would be right here. You understand? Bell, thank you. You are appreciated. I'm just trying to go through all of your messages here and see if I can come through and ask any more for you guys here. Lovely Beth, you're never late. Crafting in true crime. My thoughts exactly, and I say that because Sebastian has led me to that exact way of thinking. I heard a detective say that science in bite mark evidence has become questionable. Well, sure, questionable possibly later on, but why is it in the interview, first interview, clear as day across his arm? Why didn't anybody do that then? Clear, freshly brand new into the investigation. That could have been in some way looked at quickly. I tell you, Bauer Sachs shed on private property. Bubbly Beth, I'm aware of the 5 reports. My question is, why didn't Seth have one of them reports? Seth, I hope they're open. I hope they realize they're open. They just opened themselves to God only knows how much of a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. No, that's okay. Butterfly kisses, yes, but if you look at how he smiles, pay attention to his teeth. They're kind of like a little bit pointier at the end, to where if he bites down, those points are going to be more, um, you're going to see those points deeply in more versus the front part. You know what I mean? You're going to notice those pointy ends of his teeth more so in a bite mark, the bite impression, than you're going to notice about the front part. It's going to stand out more. Craft and True Crimes, and possibly Bobby TBI agent was. I'm not sure if Bobby is a TBI agent or if Bobby is some sort of like relation to Proud Weirdfoots or whatever they're called. Thank you, Blue Eye Dumplings. Good question, Pink Butterfly. Let's see if we can get an answer, okay? I will ask that. Bundy's teeth marks were used in court because they were so unique to him, I believe. Sebastian, when you talk about being moved, okay, who moved your who moved your remains? Who moved your body, sweetheart? And I hate asking you this because it really hurts me to ask you something like that, but you do understand I'm only asking out of love. Body. I should have just said body. I'm sorry. Can you tell me who moved it? I thought so. Okay. When did he do that? Was anybody with him? Oh, okay. Um, who were the other two men? Okay. Um, when you say two, do you just mean him and his dad, or do you mean him and two other people? I was supposed to stay home, but Chris wanted different. I asked who moved him. He said CP, two men, BS, dad, also Chris and Well. Now, you guys understand the abbreviations of what I'm trying to say here? There are two Bobbies. One is TBI and other is detective, I believe. Right. I mean, one of them is related because when you hear Uncle Bobby, that means someone's helping him out. And I'm sorry, when death threats are happening to search parties and for them to be so serious that people stop looking for him, that's not your typical run of the mill moron just making idle threats. This is someone that either looks into people's backgrounds, knows who that person's wife is, their children, or where they live, because they have access to that information. So that should tell you more so. Okay, so you guys didn't get the abbreviations here. I'm trying not to say, um, hold on. I sure will for you. I asked Sebastian who moved his, he says, I'm trying not to say it in a way because it's hard for me to say that to him, you know. So I tried to say remains because it's a nicer word. Um, and he just says, it's okay to say body. So I said body. He said CP and his dad. He speaks of two men, so I'm assuming he meant CP and dad. Also, Chris and Well. And then he says, I was supposed to stay home. CP wanted different. Makes me wonder, Dana, I tell you that. Makes me wonder. But he also says the new sheriff's last name. So I'm not sure why he keeps referencing that. I'm going to sit here on this live right now and I'm going to call out the TBI right now. And I'm going to call out you, Craddock. I want to know why the hell you guys aren't doing jack about this little boy. I hope that this boy's father sues you all and all the truth comes out. And whether this video is taken down, I don't care. The fact that he is communicating and he is making it known that all this stuff is coming through, you should be ashamed of yourself. I hope you know you're going to have to answer for it one day. No child goes missing like this, and there's no press conferences, no nothing. I am, again, calling out the TBI, and I'm calling Craddock. I'm calling you all out. Call my bluff, but I guarantee you, if there was an internal investigation, your asses would all be in jail. How many other cases have you botched? Cool Molly, yes, ma'am. I don't and will not hold my tongue for anybody. This child should already have been found, already been in his resting place or back with his father. And the fact that nobody in that police force is stepping their game up, I hope the FBI walks in and turns that whole place upside down. Exactly, seeking serenity is what I technically mean. We're gonna keep saying Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Okay, I was saying Roberts for the longest because something in my brain was saying Roberts. Don't know why. Corrected myself how many times, but I guess it's not just me that was saying it that way. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. So I'm on the record and I'm questioning you guys on why you haven't done jack about this little boy. And if I got to cold read and find out things internally my way using this gift, I guess I do. I have to do what I got to do because something's not right. I smell bullshit. Excuse my language. None of this is adding up. It's been almost, it's literally been what? If you really want to get technical, we're short of a year. We're short of a year. He went missing a few days after my husband's birthday. And the fact that we're still in the same spot, please just understand nothing stays hidden forever. Nothing. And the fact that you all look shady on your end should tell you how bad it looks from the outside looking in. We all see what's going on, and the fact that nothing is being done. I hope Seth takes this case to the Supreme Court, all the way to the Supreme Court, and gets whatever he needs. And I hope he gets anything that he needs so he can sue all of your asses. Does any of the YouTube creators have anything to do with all the threats? No, I don't believe that. Oh no, that was my son calling. I just sent him a message. And if they were calling, I'd tell you what, I'd answer the phone in front of y'all. Wouldn't bother me. I'm just trying to see your messages here. I really have faith in Sebastian's dad, and I have faith in Dog and whatever team he's using, because I'm going to tell you why. When you have a county of bullshit detectives and police, you're not going to get anywhere. But you have a scorned father who is deeply broken, who is hurt, who really wants his child home. He is not going to stop until he gets what he needs. Dog, he is on the game with Seth. He is not going to stop until he helps him find Sebastian. Because people care, people believe in what we're doing here. Uh, do I say stalk people? Nope. Do I say hurt people? Nope. Because we're not those kind of people. That would make us animals just like them. You can't even say animals because animals take care of their own. Yes, Susie, actually, thank you for reminding me. Sebastian, sweetheart, can I ask you just a couple more things? I would just like to know, I got a name, Rick. Can you tell me what Tim's last name was? Or is? Tim's last name? Is this his last name or a small portion of his last name? Do you know what the last name is? I don't think he does, but he speaks about gave before, almost like this would have been someone that was around before. How can we, the community, help? What about? Let me know. Absolutely, Dana. 100%. 100%. Always make sure you do that, especially in large numbers. I believe some of the stuff that is coming out is a way to take Dog and Seth away from evidence. They're trying to deflect a whole bunch of nonsense. Let me see. Let's see. Somebody and anybody by now would have seen Sebastian out and about. You can't, okay, you cannot keep a child with autism in lockdown unless you're drugging them, unless that you're physically assaulting them. I don't think Sebastian has been kidnapped. I don't think Sebastian left the house on his own volition. Those lights have everything and everything to do with that night and where Sebastian went. I'm going to ask Ginger's question because I feel like that's an important question. Sebastian, was Tim somebody that worked for Mr. Chris? I think you said this before. Let me just look back and make sure it's the same answer. Okay, let me just make sure I'm doing. Where did I write Tim on here? Because you did say Tim. I just want to make sure that Tim, because a word came up after that, before that too. I think he's talking about digging holes or. Probably Beth, I've already stated that. I really do find it odd that they're in Gallatin, and yet Sebastian spoke about that way in the beginning. What is all this though? I'm hearing CP form left brick house stole. I don't know what that means. I know Susie asked another question on here. Let me just go back to Susie. Okay. What did Sebastian, what did you and mom do the day after, the next day after the big card game? Um, I'm thinking he means by shopping, like store items by. Word dairy. Maybe they went for like an ice cream or something. I don't know if Costco sells um, Places sell a lot of different things. Sebastian, how about you tell me this, okay? This is just a fun question that I didn't ask you before. What was your favorite thing that you did before you got hurt? What was the one thing that made you really happy? Mom took me out to eat. What was your favorite thing that you ate? What was the tastiest thing that you got to eat? He's talking about he wanted candy, but his mom said no. So instead of getting the candy, what did you get in replace of it? What was the one thing that you really got to eat that you liked at least? I don't know if what the reference of soda is down there, but we just call it soda where we come from. It's literally just soda. We don't call it nothing else. He said something about almost like flavored pop. Like I'm assuming pop is soda, or I don't know, flavored something. Like, excuse me. What do you mean by flavored pop, honey? I mean, popcorn, you can either get it cheddar, you can get it caramel, you can get it plain. I'm assuming soda. Komali, I'm not sure about that because I don't drink cola, but okay. When you say flavored pop, right? Do you mean soda or like a Coca-Cola or something like that? Or do you mean like something to eat? I'm assuming he means soda. Because I mean, if it was popcorn, I'm sure he would have mentioned popcorn to me. I didn't get popcorn. Okay. So, Sebastian, sweetheart, when you said flavored pop, what do you mean? Um, was that a drink that had a color in it? Right, a dye. Yeah, okay. Um, what kind did you have? Can you tell me what flavor you had? Red. I think he's saying red and blue. I wonder if I don't know if he means a soda though to get red and blue. Is that possible? I don't really know too much about that kind of stuff. Right. I don't know if that would be. I was thinking that too. I was thinking that too. Sebastian, did you have ice in the pop? Did it have like icy to it? Shake. Shake what? Shake ice. Okay. I think what we're getting at is he means like a drink of some sort. Okay. Um, I'm hearing the word fairy. I don't know what that could mean. I don't understand what that would have to do with anything. If that's like a brand or a cup or I don't really know what that means. Tiger 725 or Tiger 2. That could make sense too. Good point there. Pepsi can is red and blue. Yeah. So we know that it has to do with some sort of drink or but the word fairy word just came through. So I don't know what that means. Maybe you guys can Google that. What could it mean? Is there a that's a very distinctive word for maybe you guys can look up what fairy means. Maybe it's a brand, maybe it's a cup of a cup brand or something to that nature. Perfect example. When I was doing the Idaho 4 case last week, the word bear claw came through and I posted the picture that was sent to me, and it's an actual huge knife. It's kind of like a military knife. And needless to say, the bear claw is a very distinctive brand of military knife. Release what? I'm laughing right now. Sebastian says that the the weird foot mother is on here. Not KP, but the mother. If you're lingering in the background, please do speak up. Chris, and weird foot mother. I know, sweetie. He says Sebastian unalived, but he doesn't say that specific word. I have to say it that way. Yeah, well, I always I always make sure if they're watching, I always made sure to say, hey, if they're on here, you let Auntie know. I'm Auntie. I call myself Auntie because I would never allow the crap in that boy's life that he went through. So, they have to be quiet now because they've made such a way about themselves that they not only look guilty, but they are guilty. They have a Lands Ferry food truck from Miss Candace. Okay. I'm hearing Chris and his mama. So, hey, Sebastian, can you do me a favor, honey? This would be really great. This would show these two on here that we're not playing around. Why don't you tell me right now what exactly that they're doing at the house right now? What are they doing? How are they positioned in a seat or anything like that? Okay. What else are they doing? Okay. Um, who is sitting where exactly? What do you mean? That's okay. She can talk about me all she wants. I don't mind. She can't hurt my feelings. Chris is swearing. He's saying bad words. So Sebastian says, watching me on TV made screen bigger, swearing, saying bad words, also saying Bowersock, tape hands, clever, she talked, something like that. Right now they're not too happy, but they don't want to show their true colors on here because that means they're actually listening. They're actually on here and they have to face people. Are they drinking right now? Um, I don't get that, but CP is swearing, saying bad words as uh, per Sebastian. Also, something about Bowersock's tape hand, clever. She talks something. Well, let's see if someone's here by that name, Sebastian. A lot of people on here, I guess. So let's see if I can find her. What about Susie? see. Do you know what name they're under, Sebastian? Well, I know. I understand. I think he's. I think he's saying their real names. Like I don't think he gets the understanding of are they under a fake name. Sebastian, are they under a pretend name? Like a fake name, pretend name. It's kind of like saying, because this is public, anybody can watch it. You don't really have to. It's kind of like not having to worry about that. You know what I mean? Having to have a name on here. That makes sense. What about it? What about him? He's saying more or less. I guess he's saying in a teasing way. Um, wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you like to know where he is on the other end of the supposed TV or whatever they're watching you from? Because they can watch me on a TV from a device. So that's funny. He's mentioning um, on they're watching me on TV and not the device. They made the screen bigger. How's he going to know that? That's a crock of shit. He didn't like soda. See, Sebastian's such a good soul. I don't think he would even understand the understanding of that specifically. You know what I mean? Of course, they moved out. They can't stand the guilt, and they don't want to be there. God forbid if something really ever came to. How does a house not get checked forensically for, why haven't they luminol that house? Why haven't they? It just makes no sense to me. It does make sense because at the end of the day, when you're getting help, it makes perfect sense. Sebastian, look at all these phenomenal people on here giving you green hearts because they love you so much. You are so special. I wish you could have understood that before, honey, but you always were special. You are special. It's not you were, you are. You still are special. You will always be special. I don't know if he ran around before. Like he tells me he liked to race and run. You know, this must be something he did in school, or because I don't see him getting to do it at home. I think so, crafting and true crimes, because I think you can, if I'm not mistaken, you can look at something on YouTube, right? That doesn't mean you have to have a handle. You have to handle by name. I mean, and it's funny that he would know that because if they're watching me on the TV screen, that means they would had to have. If you're on a device, say like an iPhone, you can actually take your iPhone and push the little TV screen up in the top corner, And you can have this live hooked up to your TV or to anything really. KP did say he liked running because he's talking about he likes to race, he likes to run. My TV has a YouTube app. Yeah. I think it's funny that I asked that specifically for a reason, and I wasn't expecting to get that answer back. What are they doing right now? Where are they sitting? They're watching you on a TV screen. They made the screen bigger. Chris is swearing. He's saying bad words. So he doesn't say that in a child-like baby voice. He's saying swear words. He's saying bad words. I would just love to see all of this that's being spoke of. I would like to see proof on this. I would like to see something come about from this because he's not just saying these things to give you people words that you want to hear. This is a lot of things that have come up, very, very vast, like very different phrases, very open wise, and I would like to see perfect example, fairy word. What the hell does fairy mean, right? Somebody said on here that is a company. Now, where does that come up? How am I going to get this information? You know what I mean? It's very it's very it's very right in your face right there. All you have to do is listen. And I'm being told Craddock again. Are you on here too, my friend? Because if you are watching, just know that people are onto you and they know you're full of shit and they know you're in some way okay with this. And um, I don't know if I'm hearing Donnie or Don. Donnie and Craddock. None of them can stop Sebastian. They cannot stop his. They can't betray him anymore. They can't break him down anymore. They can't hurt him anymore. And they know it. But he can sure use people like me to speak. And whether, perfect example, whoever that weirdo was earlier, um, and I think that was one of the weird foots, for you to say you don't believe in what I do you think you hurt me in the least bit? I could give two cares about who says what, who does what. Um, I'm doing what I'm doing, whatever I do. So you can't stop me what I'm doing, and you sure is not going to hurt my feelings. I wouldn't doubt it, Rita. I wouldn't doubt it. I have no doubt about that. I don't even know Donnie. I mean, this is they can't hurt him anymore. You can't hold him hostage. You can't tell him he can't watch TV. You can't tell him he can't do this because now he's free. All a bunch of sickening group of people that are sitting there and just nobody is taking it upon themselves to say, hey, something's really wrong here. And the investigation should have been the point where that house was supposed to be taped off. Dogs should have been in that house. Dogs should have made sure, yeah, they followed it to some pond or something. Did the dogs go in the house? Did that house get luminoled? Did that house get fingerprinted? Did the house get taped off in any way? I don't think so. I don't think so. I bet you it bites their ass that Sebastian is talking beyond what anybody ever could imagine he would do. I'd like to say our new phrase should be tick tock, tick tock. This time is going to come where somebody's going to have some questions for you and you're going to have to answer them. And that little old amount is getting up higher and higher and higher. Someone's going to sell your asses out. You might think you're untouchable, but that money to somebody means something. And they will speak on Sebastian. So your time is all you have limited time here. Enjoy it while you have it. Sebastian, you could go right now, sweetie, and make their internet just all sorts of messed up. Go screw it up, make it all staticky. Tick tock, it's coming down to it. Sebastian, you have the power, sweetie, to make anything you want happen now. You can make evidence come up. You can get notices to your dad. You can give people signs and symbols. You can guide people to where you want to guide them to. It's just you have to have the strength and the understanding that you are so special that you could do anything you put your mind to. You are not limited by any means of subconscious mind. You are not limited by physical form or spiritual form. You are free in spirit. You can do anything you want to do right here and right now. You could go anywhere. You could go do anything you want to do. He's mentioning the sheriff's name again and again and again and again. Why, honey? What's that name have to do with anything? I know he does. I know he does. Craddock knows. I noticed when he references people as being mean, very mean, very mean. A lot of info with receipts has gone to the feds this weekend from what I am seeing and hearing passing by the local and state. CP's daughter will grow up, and what will she think of her dad, Katie? And I feel sorry for that child. Good one, Harley girl. Sebastian, you know you have the ability to go to your dad, and if he doesn't hear you, it's okay. Some people can't hear the way I can hear you, so that's okay. But you know what you can do? You could go to your dad in his dream and you can tell dad where you are. Show him pictures. If you can't get him to hear you, show him pictures. Show him pictures. It will do so much work for him. It will help him. That was a good one. Dogs followed CP's scent, not Sebastian's. You have the ability to go wherever you want, Sebastian, wherever you want. Nothing can keep you or hold you here or make you stay here. You are free to go and do whatever you want. There's no more restrictions, honey. No one can take anything from you. I'm not too sure what this means. He's talking about his dad almost falling, tying his shoe. Not his son's shoe, but his own shoe. Um, I don't know why he told me that. That might be something to get his dad to listen, or um, I'm not sure what that means. Why did you tell me that? He's now showing me his dad sticking up, like, I think these are his missing flyers, and he's sticking it to a wooden post of some sort. This could be like a street post. Um, what about him specifically, or do you keep mentioning for honey? What about him can I say on here that would make sense or get people to listen about him? He's saying something about Craddock and pictures. May, oh, I didn't think of that, Chastity. Maybe that could. I mean, I'm not going to say that that's what that is, but I didn't hear that. But I hear Craddock and pictures. Sebastian, what do you mean by pictures in Mr. Craddock? Can you tell me what that means? What does that mean? You spoke of the word Craddock, picture, and fall. Brown or frown? What do you mean? I wasn't sure on that word. Can you tell me what that means? Did you say brown or frown? Is somebody using, you see, how could I explain this to you so you understand, honey? Um, did Mr. Craddock do something bad and Mr. Chris knows about it? Um, I'm not too sure why he references it like this. Okay, he talks about fall a lot with this man. Um, that would make sense because he also speaks about a picture of a woman and this Craddock person. Oh, young. Okay, so I have picture of a woman, Craddock, but picture of a Mr. Craddock with a woman who's a little bit on the younger side. He talks about pictures, fall, brown, bank. I couldn't tell if he said bribes because he spoke about money of some sort. The word Bobby, time, and fall. Okay. Also, envelope and money. Chambers. Chris. I hear the word, I don't want to say it on here, begins with an R. R before left, Chris, envelope, money, Chambers, and Chris. Oh, okay. Weird. That's so sickening to hear that. But envelope, money, Chambers, and Chris. I feel like somebody was paid off quietly behind doors, like Chambers. That's a yeah. Bank bribery, Bobby, time, fall. Sebastian talks about fall twice with that situation. I'm not sure. Yeah, fall twice with the Craddock name in pictures. Not sure what that means. I don't know. I won't say judge because I didn't hear judge. I heard Chambers. Possibly, possibly fall from power. Possibly. I mean, just because someone is in law enforcement or higher ups, it does not mean they're not crooked. It does not mean that they don't do bad things. They just do it behind closed doors, chamber doors. You have to realize what you portray somebody as does not mean that they have the best intentions for you. Um, you see it a lot with police forces. Not every cop is bad. Not every sheriff is bad. Not every person is bad. They're not. It's but sadly, I'm not sure what this is about, but this is giving me a roundabout feeling that someone was paid off. Something about pictures, fall. To me, this is like a bribery thing. Yeah, Pinky Butterfly, good old boys club. Small town people with influences. Hmm. He was just elected this month. Yeah. It'll all come to a hitch eventually. It will all come it'll all come down to it eventually. Oh, the former sheriff died from a fall, Susie B. Mm-hmm. Craddock pictures fall. I wonder. I won't speculate what that means. So um Rita said, I used to date a narcotics officer and he was as dirty as they come. Right. I mean, I think people portray people as they wouldn't do that because look at them. A teacher is a teacher, a lawyer is a lawyer, a judge is a judge. It doesn't matter. If people are going to do bad things, they're going to do bad things. Sebastian, can you tell me what was in that envelope? Oh, he spoke about money already. I just didn't even realize I wrote it. You see the thing here? Money. 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 Envelope. Money. See, sometimes I just write down. I don't know. So, um, It is 1:02. I will give 15 more minutes. I mean, Katie works for Brinks Home Security and no cameras, yet everyone else in the neighborhood has them in sight. I know. I get it. So tonight's live, I hope we got a lot of questions answered. Um, I don't know who Harvey is. Harvey. I know. Did I do a good job tonight? Weird foots and proud foots and whatever you want to call yourselves. If you want to get any last words in, please do so. Candace, my maiden name is Harvey. Okay. Thank you, Harley Girl. Let me ask this one last question just so I can. I don't want to keep him too much longer. Plus, I don't want to overdo it because I'm no good if I burn myself out. Sebastian, can I ask you this question? I don't know if I've asked you this question yet. Now that I'm thinking of it, someone just brought this question up. Were there cameras inside your house? What? Wait a minute. Let me re-ask you this because if that's true, that's pretty disturbing. Did you have cameras inside your house, like by the door or by the windows or anywhere in the house? Now, I'm not sure if I'm hearing this correctly. He's talking about the refrigerator, having cameras by the refrigerator, if that makes sense. Were they watching him that much with food? That is deeply disturbing. Who does that? But was there any other cameras in the house? Anywhere in the house? Kitchen. If this is true, this is so disturbing. This goes above and beyond psychopathic tendencies. Nobody does this to a child. Nobody. What the F? Sweetheart, timestamp. Timestamp this time, please. I am very sorry, Sebastian, that you had to go through that. You do understand nobody's supposed to live that way, honey. And you've done nothing wrong. You're a good heart. You're a good soul. I get it. I get it. I know you were hungry. He's saying, Mom says I couldn't have things. Chris would take away your snacks. Sebastian, I will bring you snacks here when, I have a candy jar right there. If you are interested, you can have that candy. You can have whatever you want. I have a big candy jar on my desk. I'm going to show it to you guys just a little bit. A big candy jar on my desk for my clients. See that? Jolly Ranchers. Sebastian, you are more than welcome to have as many of those as you want. Those will be yours. I will set those aside for you on that table from now on. Okay? And I know you can't physically eat them, but the energy of it is there. Okay? That will be your space. That'll be your candy. Okay, I will ask him, Kumali. He speaks just to Sherry. He speaks about just about the kitchen. I doubt when Chris does go to prison, he's going to be eating anything. It's the one thing that goes against the code down in prison. You don't hurt children, especially disabled children. What was out the same week? I don't know what you mean, Candace. Well, I see. I don't know. I'm only going by what he's telling me. The fact that he's in mid age of growth spurt, the body gets so hungry and so agitated, more so. Children at that age, like Caleb is 17, and he wants to eat and eat and eat and eat and eat and eat. Did you guys see that light back there, or was that just me? Maybe it was just me. I don't know. And growth spurts, boy, you get hungry. You get like you're starving. I mean, when I see pictures of him, to me, he should be a lot more. To me, he's very skinny. Um, Sebastian, what was your most favorite treat? What was your favorite snack? What was your favorite snack? And I can tell you what, cool Molly wants to know your favorite snack because she says she'd get you some. A lot of people would like to know what your snack is. Can you tell me what your favorite snack was? I think he's trying to reference like chocolate and popcorn, chocolate and popcorn. Like with Caleb, it makes sense because Caleb loves the chocolate brownies. He loves chocolate brownies. So we do try to our best to find him something like in a sugar free, a lesser of a sugar free, or that way he doesn't miss out. Like we don't take everything from him. No, we just will have regular snacks and then sugar free snacks so we can switch up on them. So that way he gets less junk food in that way. We do give him brownies. We do give him healthy snacks. We give him whatever he really wants. We just make sure we try to buy the food that has, a lesser crap in it. You know what I mean? Sebastian, is there anything else that you would like for a snack? What other snacks do you like? You like candy. It's candy. Candy, loud and clear. Well, you have a whole entire jar of candy that I will make sure my clients don't eat anymore, and it'll be specifically for you. I'm going to go put it right over there on that specific table for you. Those will be all yours. I will tell my clients those are off limits. I don't know what he means by powder. What do you mean by powder? Chewy. I think he's giving me like a list. Powder, chewy. Do you remember? I don't know if they sell it anymore. Do you remember like the dipstick candy back in the day where they had this little stick thing and you would stick it in the candy powder and you would lick it? Fun dip. Yes. Pixie sticks. And then he's talking about chewy. So I'm assuming he like chewy, like gummy things. I like chewy gummy candies like the sweetest fish. I kind of like have an addiction to those, so I try not to eat so much of them. But I know if they're there, for me, Sebastian, my favorite chocolate is chocolate brownies with walnuts in them. It's like a cereal. See, Caleb, you know what Caleb does? Sebastian, Caleb doesn't like cereal and milk. He won't put milk in the cereal. He'll eat the cereal dry with a spoon. I don't know why he does it, but he just does it that way, and I let him have it that way because that's what he likes. But instead, he gets cereal for sometimes like snack time. So he'll eat a meal, and if he wants a snack, I'll let him have that cereal like that. So he actually eats a good meal. He says, I'm tired. Sebastian, if you could have anything for your birthday this year, what would you like? I don't know if he had a bike or if he could ride one. But then again, wanting a bike, maybe he never got the chance to ride a bike with those two, or he just never learned. He didn't have one. Said a bike, loud and clear. Okay. Someone just said no on here, Bob. That would be awesome, Harley. Maybe we can work something out. Like have a when is the 7th of December? Let's do something cool for him. Let's do something for Sebastian on his birthday. That is a Saturday. Why don't we all come back here Saturday on the 7th and do something fun for Sebastian? Let's do something fun for him. Light a candle for him. Let's, do something really cool for him. Play his favorite music. Um, just I don't know, get us sweets and have a brownie in honor of him. Something really fun and cool. Set something aside of you so he feels welcome and loved. It might sound redundant to some people, but you give your family what they loved in real life, correct? You would have made your family's favorite holidays. Well, my grandmother's not here, but I made her favorite recipe. It's kind of like that. It's the same idea. We could do anything. We could put music on for him. We could do something fun for him. Yeah, we could play the Eye of the Tiger. Definitely will have something fun for him. Same time, Saturday, um, rain or shine. If I have a migraine, I will be here, but I will be very minimum because when I do lives with Sebastian, I get headaches, really bad ones. So I'm contemplating one by tomorrow. I'm going to try not to think about it, and hopefully it doesn't happen. Um, they usually last between 2 days, so I probably will be just fine. Um, yeah, we can even do a short live. That would be great. But I would definitely love to do something in honor of that boy because he deserves it. Today would have been my mom's birthday. Well, it is your mom's birthday, Lane. So happy birthday to Lane's mom and up in heaven. When you get migraines, don't look at your phones and don't look at the computer. Anything that makes your eyes focus during a migraine intensifies it. So don't look at your phone and don't look at your computers. Don't look at anything with light. Try to focus on your breathing, grounding and centering, and really working the energy of that headache out of your body. Balance your energy. If there's anything and all things that I've tried to do for them, the only thing that works for me is literally just grounding and centering my energy, unfortunately. I even got a notice, speaking of memberships, it'll tell you on your YouTube studio, someone only joined to watch your lives. I'm going to screenshot that and I'm going to put it on my YouTube page. So this is how some people are so stupid when looking into the Sebastian case. It tells you some people only joined just to watch your live. I don't mean that maliciously. I understand who and what is doing it. I mean, just it just doesn't get any more foolish than that. I'll show you guys. I'll put it up on my I don't know. Candace, you got me. I saw that. I'm like, I always knew that, but I just never thought I'd see it pop up that way. I was like freaking stunned by it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Sarah, my autistic son is the one in blue on my picture. His name is Cody. That's actually one of my twin nephews' names. My other nephew, he was a twin to my nephew Cody. He passed away of cancer. Try. It should be a membership. It should say membership or join. We've got to do something for him. Happy early birthday to your great granddaughter, Lane. Yeah, you're not invited, Weird Foots. I mean, seriously. My grandson's is the ninth, so we're not that far off. Seventh, eighth, and ninth. Dana says only good-hearted people invited to the party. Love and light partners for Super Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Oh, I don't know about that one. My so Don't forget, on my birthday, I never take any messages. I never do any posts or lives. Um, my husband usually takes me out for the day and night for my birthday. So, not to be rude, I just that's a timing that I don't take any messages. All right. Yep, my birthday's January 1st. I'm a New Year's baby. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it, Kimberly. I was stunned by that. I mean, if I could screenshot it right now in the chat, somehow I would, but I don't know how. I'm not tech savvy like that. But I will. What I'll do is I'll go on my phone and I'll do it that way because I can pull it up and screenshot it from my phone. It's easier to do so. I'm like, how does YouTube know that though? You know what I mean? That's my question. It was very funny. I'm just like, oh my God, I already knew that. We talk about it all the time. That's my husband's lane. Craddock, if you're on here, I keep hearing your name. I gotta say, I sincerely hope you understand. Also, TBI. I don't care who's on here, to be honest. I don't care who's watching this live, who doesn't like what I've had to say, who doesn't like what Sebastian had to say. I tell you what, in any way you feel some type of way, then I guess I have to say I really don't care. I don't care about your feelings because all I know is that child has a right to justice and that child has a right to be able to be found. And if you think you're going to keep hiding all this nonsense just like Summer Wells, I'm going to call you out on that one too. Welcome, welcome, Raquel, to Perks. And anyone for the Perks members, just so we know, I don't talk about Sebastian either on those. This is just a question that everybody kept sending to me to do tonight. So I've had one person in a case thinking that they were gonna get past me in that way. Um, Perfect example, Weirdfoots, Kathy to be exact. That's awesome. I'm so happy to have you. Okay, I'm going to give it 5 more minutes. Any questions for me pertaining to? I'm going to jump off at 1:30. Yeah, thank you. You know what you guys can also do, so I don't forget. Um, Post something to the community page if you can. Um, I don't think I'm going to forget because I know it's that important to him because he mentioned it tonight. So I'm going to remember to bring him next time. I don't think so, Seeking Serenity, because he is just a good soul. He's just a good soul, and they're haunted by they're haunted by their own fears. They're haunted by their own guilt. They're gonna be. It's something like this festers inside someone. They become antsy. They become paranoid, and I hope that it eats them up inside to the point where they become so freaked out by everything around them. I do. I also think um, I also think that my office space in my basement with that one case of that young girl, and that energy really freaked him out and scared him. So he really wouldn't come back until, honestly, I feel like, unfortunately, I can't work with her whatsoever if I'm working with him, because that energy. So the person that killed you, three young ladies, he also passed away, but he is also a negative presence in spirit, as he was in life. And he showed himself to me, and it really, I tell you what, really pissed me off. But I won't do that to Sebastian again. I won't work as hard as that is and eats at my heart. I won't do that to him, because he left so quick that night. They said what he asked for Christmas last year was friends. Broke my heart. I believe it. I believe it. That poor kid was so restrained in everything that he did. Everything he did, from washing to eating to time spent. It was go to school, do your chores, shut your mouth, do your homework, and go to bed. There was no fun. There was no laughter. There was no happiness. There was no safety. It was my way or no way. And I can't believe that anybody would allow anybody to treat somebody like Sebastian, of all people, like that. I would never influence Seth to do anything from what I say. I just know, when people send me things to look at, I see the the brokenness in his soul, and I see him suffering every day and trying to make it through each horrible day, day by day. And the power that they think that they have over Seth and that Seth's group, um, it's gonna come to a header eventually. One day it will. And if it not now, it will down the road. Time tells everything. Nothing stays hidden. Seth needs one crazy, powerful attorney. And I can tell you, I know a pit bull for sure. She took care of a case, and actually one of the cases I did, and the guy got off, which really pissed me off. Emily Noble, um, and it's really sad, but this lawyer would handle his handle everything and all, and I can tell you, she would be the person to get for him. She should, absolutely. Just to not know where your child is, to not understand. I can't even fathom what this poor guy is going through. I really just, I can't. Regardless, you can see how happy Sebastian is with his dad in a picture. The smile is completely different, the energy is completely different. His energy is so lifted and so vibrant, and you don't see it in a lot of the pictures of his mom. And it's really sad, because most autistic children, and this is a fact, favor the mother. They favor the mother. There's something about a mother and an autistic child that is so bonded, and it's rare that you will see an autistic child be closer with the father. It's very rare. Tina girl, yes, I did. She says, I remember you for your my first live, and start with Kate. I stated that KP would be in handcuffs. I seen her being walked out with the handcuffs, um, and I thought, wow, you know, unless that was symbolization of she's the one that needs to be arrested. But to me, I just take that as I see that happening one day. So there's a different style in parenting, and you can tell that. If there's an open CPS case on Sebastian now, as he's still missing, and they won't let Seth see that, my question is, number one, why? Who's holding that information more or less hostage? He has every right to that legally. Um, there should be nothing redacted in that form. Um, it really does. Sebastian's got such a warmness to him, and I try to show him and envision him as me hugging him. He knows he's safe with me. He knows that I would never break trust with him or character with him or make him feel unsafe in any way. Seth can go request it, but why hasn't he gotten it yet? That's my question. Why wasn't he informed the first time, second time, the third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time? As a child, your mom always put her boyfriend before you. Unfortunately, there's women out there like that, and sadly, um, I got to tell you, it makes you honestly, it makes you into a stronger person because then, if you have children one day, you're gonna love your children that much more. Take that as a lesson and a blessing that you have the capacity to love harder and more so. Don't look at it as a don't don't look at it as um, something that you hated in life because my mom, she didn't take a man over me, but at the same time, there was no emotional connection with her or any of her kids. She didn't have that ability to love us in that manner. Um, so I understand what you're saying, but it also made me love harder. It made me realize I would never want my children to feel the way I felt growing up. Yeah, and it's really scary that a child could actually be go through that, and the system kept it on wraps. That's my question. How did the system keep it on wraps without getting in trouble? That should tell you something. Should tell you something really deeply, and it's scary. I don't trust child protective services. Number one, I've seen way too many things. I've seen, I know of a child protective person that spoke of them using children for um, people just taking them so they can molest them, so they can hurt them. And it's really sick. Really sick. I always looked at, it did take me some time to forgive and forget, but then I realized I'm just a better person from it. Sumner County knew Craddock. TBI did not have. I'm not surprised. I'm not. I'm barely shocked by what I'm hearing, but at the same time, to hear it, to hear it, that's the important thing for me. No, and not a lot of people come out of abuse and things of that nature. They have to learn how to love themselves before they can love anybody else. No, you're right. Some people can handle it and some people can't, and I never judge anybody for that. Okay, my darlings, it is late. I hope everyone had a wonderful night. Thank you to those joining members. It's good to have you. Thank you for those giving their time, their money, anything and all. Thank you for all coming when you could have been at work, when you could have been here, you could have been there. You chose to be here. So thank you. Timestamp, timestamp. I don't know if you heard that, but over my left shoulder again. Um, I hope everyone had a great night, and I hope getting some sort of verification it helped. Um, I was unaware of the green because I mean, if I don't ask it, I don't know unless I see it in vision, and I don't tend to um, go by what others tell me. It has to come from spirit, so that's why I said, let me ask. You know what I mean? You are all very, very, very welcome. I gotcha. Sebastian, everybody loves you. Everybody is thankful for you coming tonight and speaking. Um, I don't know if you noticed, but our session was insane last time with those balls going off. Do you notice? I don't think they. I don't know if they went off not once tonight. But the camera refocuses a lot. Yes, December 7th, 9 p.m. Be there or be square. Sebastian Rogers. We're giving him a birthday party. We're gonna play the Eye of the Tiger. We're gonna have. I'm gonna bring some brownies. I'm gonna have Chase with me. Let's have a party, people, for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. It might sound foolish to some, but we're gonna party over here for Sebastian. We're gonna make sure that he has something, and we're gonna make sure he has his favorites. 7 p.m. Excuse me, December 7th, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He likes Taylor Swift? Shut up, no way. We Are the Champions. I love that song. We'll play his whole playlist. I have to make sure that I put in the heading. I think I do not own copyrights to this music or something. So I'm going to put that in there. Um, to those who don't know what I mean by that, that's going to be something so I don't have like a copyright thing against me. At least I think that's how you do it. I'm not too keen on and savvy on the electronics. Excuse me. We'll play all of it. If you guys have any information of how I do that and put it in the heading, please do let me know. Hit me up on Messenger. I'd really appreciate it. I don't want to get hit with any how you say copyright. So we will definitely have something good for Sebastian. Okay. Thank you everybody for coming. It was really nice to have you all here. Um, I will see you all the 7th. Okay, I will definitely have to write all of that in that little I believe I put it in the title maybe or the description. I'm not too sure. But everyone who can get me any information on how to do that, I'd really like to do a nice playlist for Sebastian. Okay. Thank you for coming, everyone. Have a great night. And as always, Sebastian, we love you. Even if you've gone, we love you and we hope the best for you. And we are all here for you till the end, until this is done. And when you are done, and when you are ready, I will help you go to the other place, okay? Okay, everybody, have a great night. I will see you all the 7th. Watch your 6.